Frank, the 2025 Northern Wisconsin State Fair Fairest of the Fair attendant, and we are just here to welcome you guys to this amazing beef show today.
My name is Morgan Wirtz, and I'm the 2025 Northern Wisconsin State Fair Fairest of the Fair. I'd like to officially welcome you to the first day of our fair, and I hope everyone has a great time. We survived the heat, and good luck to all of our exhibitors who are showing today.
Well, good morning, everybody. My name is Brian Mackey. M-A-K-I is the spelling on the last name, and I'm the incoming executive director. I'll be replacing Rusty at the end of the year, but I wanted to certainly be here at this moment to enjoy this moment with you. As I was getting out and meeting so many people yesterday, one of the things that stuck into my mind that somebody had made a remark was that this is kind of the Olympics of animal husbandry, so I would have to wholeheartedly agree. To see the joy and the pride and the passion in the parents and the grandparents and the children's eyes in terms of showcasing their animals and sharing that experience with everybody else, it's certainly heartwarming and humbling, and I consider it an honor and a delight to be associated with all of you in the Northern Wisconsin State Fair Association, and I just wanted to introduce myself and make myself as approachable as possible, and enjoy your morning, enjoy your afternoon, and upward and onward, everybody. Thank you much.
Thank you, Brian, and thank you, Adeline and Taylor, and thank you, Ms. Sikora, for the national anthem. We're going to go ahead and get started with our market steers, and our first class that we'll have enter the ring is our non-market steers. These are steers that didn't just make weight just quite yet to sell at the sale. They weigh anywhere from 870 to 940 pounds. And we have 3 exhibitors in that class. We should have Wyatt Bovey, Matilda Roycraft, and Alexa Gint. On deck will be our market class number 2.
And again, good morning. I'm Brian Winnikins, Farm Director at WRDN Radio in Durand, and welcome to the 2025 Northern Wisconsin State Fair Beef Show. And we have a great show and a great lineup today here in the Beef Show. And so sit back and relax and enjoy us throughout the morning. Throughout the morning as well, we'll be thanking all of our different sponsors as well that are bringing you today's video stream of the Northern Wisconsin State Fair Beef Show. And so we ask that you please thank all of our sponsors. Drop them an email, give them a phone call, visit their business, and tell them thank you for supporting our broadcast. But we have a great, great show here today here at the Northern Wisconsin State Fair. Day number 1 of the Northern Wisconsin State Fair. So a lot of things going to be happening. Miss Wisconsin's actually going to be here on the grounds as well throughout the day. But it's going to be a fun day today with the Northern Wisconsin State Fair and the Beef Show. Those of you watching on our Facebook Live feed, let us know in the comments section where you're watching from. We'd love to hear from you this morning. We had some great locations yesterday from Texas, Virginia, Montana, southeast Wisconsin, here in western Wisconsin as well. So let us know. We'll see who the farthest away is. Yesterday's furthest viewer was in Kermit, Texas, 1,352 miles away from Chippewa Falls. We're in our first class of our beef animals here. And sit back and relax and enjoy today's beef show at the Northern Wisconsin State Fair.
judge today for your 2025 fair. I think when we start out with this lightweight class of steers here for on sale, we're going to start out with this young ladies here. I think we still got to look at them being finished when we go out there and when I handle this steer. I think it's got the adequate muscle and it's ready to hang the carcass on the rail. I think it'll do a very good job for this young lady. I think it's got a lot of muscling package, moves out very sound and correct on the feet and legs, and that's what we need in these feedlots. Then we're going to go with the young man with the short horn there. I think follows the same thing. Just like to see a little more conditioning onto that steer today to compete up there in that first place position. Then I go with the young lady in third place, one that just needs about another month more conditioning onto it to compete higher today.
Our first blue in that class is awarded to Matilda Roycraft, and our second blue is awarded to Wyatt Bovey. Congratulations. Next in the ring, we'll have our market class number 2, and the rest of these steers in the market show will be eligible for sale. These steers weigh anywhere from 105 to 1,110 pounds. In this class, we should have Julia Lyons, Brandon Simon, Elise Branville, Whitney Gotham, and Callie Branville.
Ken, watching
On deck, we should have market class number 3.
Ken, watching coverage of the Northern Wisconsin State Fair Beef Show this morning. Class number 2 of our market animals is in the ring. Thank you to our video stream sponsors, including Chippewa Valley Energy, serving the Chippewa Valley since 1922. They're now taking summer fill and winter contracts as well. Find out more. Visit ChippewaValleyEnergy.com. Wisconsin Credit Union, serving members for over 80 years. We belong to you. Visit wisconsincu.org and Provisions Health of Durand. Healthcare your way. Find out more at provisions.health. Please thank all of our sponsors. Give them a call, drop them an email, visit their business, tell them thank you for supporting our video streams today from the Northern Wisconsin State Fair. And those of you watching on Facebook today, well, let us know in the comments section where you're watching from today. I'd love to hear from you. Beaver Dam already checking in. Good morning once again in for the folks in Beaver Dam. But let us know where you're watching here this morning if you're watching us on our Facebook page. Also, thank you to the Wisconsin Soybean Marketing Board as well. They are our sponsors of our video streaming service at our website at realcountry1430.com. We're in market class number 2 of the beef show here at the Northern Wisconsin State Fair. Congratulations to Matilda Roycraft. She took first blue in the first class, and Wyatt Bowe took second blue. Again, watching coverage of the Northern Wisconsin State Fair Beef Show here in Chippewa Falls. We're in market class number 2 this morning. Throughout the morning, we'll have some beef trivia as well, compliments of the Wisconsin Beef Council. You can always visit them online at beeftips.com. They have some great recipes for beef. And again, thanks to the folks from the Wisconsin Beef Council. So we'll have some beef trivia here coming up this morning throughout the Beef Show. And for those of you watching on our Facebook page, let us know in the comments section where you're watching from this morning. Love to hear from you. Always curious as to where folks are watching the show from.
Let's give these kids a round of applause. I think we got quite a bit of differences as we go down the lineup here. We're going to start this one out in the first place here. I think when I went back and handled it, I think I got more conditioning on this steer today. I think when you look at him, he's balanced just a little bit better in that rib and that 1/3 in the front. I think he's adequate in them hind quarters. I think he's got enough depth there. He should still hang a good carcass on the rail for this young lady. Then I go with this lady that's in second there, a steer that's just not handling good for her today, just not showing his expression that I'd like to see today. He throws his front 1/3 and it gives the back 1/3 a very bad look when you're looking at it and judging it today. Just not standing good for her. Another day it would probably be up in that first place position. Then we go with the young lady in third, just giving up a little bit of extension in that back 1/3. I'd like to see a little bit more quarter there and a little bit more conditioning on him at this size in the game. Then we go with the young man in the last place position there. I'd just like to see more conditioning on that steer, probably a little bit more hind quarters to that steer to compete higher up today.
Our first blue in that class is awarded to Whitney Gotham, and our second blue awarded to Callie Brandville. Congratulations. Our next class will be market class number 3. These animals weigh anywhere from 1,050 to 1,195 pounds. We have 8 exhibitors in this class. We should have Julia Lyons, Kylie Seidel, Elise Brandville, Benjamin Haas, Marcus Gadel, Callie Brandville, Storm Thierry, and Miles Gadel. You can bring your animals into the ring.
Watching coverage of the Northern Wisconsin State Fair Beef Show. We're in market class number 3 this morning. Excuse me, I'm Brian Winnikins from WRDN Radio. In market class number 2 was Whitney Gotham with first blue and Callie Brandville with second blue. Okay, let's do a little trivia with the Wisconsin Beef Council and the Wisconsin Cattlemen's Beef Association. All right. How many head of cattle are there in Wisconsin? This according to the 2022 USDA census. Is it 3.3 million, 2.8 million, or 4 million? Again, how many head of cattle are there in Wisconsin according to USDA in 2022? 3.3 million, 2.8 million, or 4 million? We'll let you think about that for a few minutes as we get ready for market class number 3. 8 exhibitors in this class. We had a great hog show yesterday and a great sheep show. Tomorrow we'll have the dairy show with our coverage beginning right around 8:55 or so. And then tomorrow evening as well, we will have the livestock auction. And so we will have that for you on Thursday, and that will get underway. We'll have our coverage beginning at about 5:55 on Thursday night. So that's our schedule for tomorrow. Some of the things going on today here at the fair, if you are thinking of coming down to the fair, if you're here in the Chippewa Falls area or in western Wisconsin, Montgomery Gentry performs on the main stage tonight. That's starting at about 8 o'clock. Tickets are still available. Also, they'll be having a pedal tractor pull here later on this afternoon, starting at about 1 o'clock. Also, we'll have the Cookies and Crowns Kids event. That's going to be with the Fairs to the Fair and Miss Wisconsin. And that's going to be right outside of the Custer Coliseum, right by the new 4-H food bar. Carnival opening up as well in earnest today. That'll start here at about 11 o'clock or so. And also they'll have kids' corners games going on as well throughout the day for the kiddies. Here on day number 1 of the Northern Wisconsin State Fair. A beautiful, beautiful day for the first day of the fair. So we're expecting temperatures in the 80s today, so couldn't ask for a better day to kick things off. All right, our trivia. The Wisconsin Cattlemen's Beef Association. How many head of cattle are there in Wisconsin, according to the 2022 USDA Census? The answer, 3.3 million head in 2022. That's 3.3 million head. You can find out more about Wisconsin beef as well. Just go to beeftips.com. That's beeftips.com. Your home for farm news and markets throughout the day is WRDN Radio. As we kick off our day Monday through Friday from 5 to 7 a.m. with the WRDN Morning Farm Report, farm news, farm markets, our agriculture weather forecast, along with some great country, classic country music. That's from 5 to 7. Then at the bottom of the hour, at about between 30 minutes and 35 minutes past the hour, during the 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock, and 11 o'clock hours, we'll have hourly market updates. Our noon farm show is at about 12:25 with a midday market update. Also, news and issues from rural America with Agriculture America and that farm forecast. From 1 till 3, Chip Flory has the latest news and issues affecting rural America and the farm markets with AgriTalk. That's from 1 until 3. And then Jesse Allen's in with America on Agriculture. That from 3 till 4 with more news and issues affecting rural America and farming. During the 4 o'clock hour, Susan Littlefield is in. She has Market Wrap, where she talks with some of the market analysts from across the country about the news affecting the markets that day. We do that at about 4:25 or so. Mike Pearson in after that with Farm Progress America as well. The Farms radio station is Real Country 1430 AM and 107.3 FM WRDN, and online at realcountry1430.com. You can listen to us through our website. You can also download the Live 365 app on your smartphone or on your smart TV and do a search for WRDN and listen to us that way as well. Again, market class number 3 for the beef show today. Those of you watching on Facebook, we'd sure love to hear from you this morning. Let us know where you're watching the show from today. See who the farthest away is. So far, Beaver Dam's leading the way. Yesterday, it was Kermit, Texas. 1,352 miles from Chippewa Falls.
If you are in market class 4, you can start bringing your animals on deck. Market class number 4.
Down to our last 4 here in the class being judged. As we are in market beef class number 3. Thank you to our video stream sponsors, including 24/7 and West Wisconsin Telecom, building smart fiber optic communities and homes from the ground up. Find out more, visit wwt.coop. Pierce Pepin Cooperative Services, your Touchstone Energy partner. Numbers R Us, your daily money managers in Durand. Find out how Rhonda, a daily money manager, can help your family. Not only help your family with budgeting, but protect your family from fraud and more. Visit Rhonda online at numbersrus.com, or you can visit Rhonda on Facebook. Just do a search for Numbers R Us. O'Galley Cheese Factory, for all of your snacking needs, featuring cheese, locally made beef sticks, sausages, and more. They also ship across the country, too. You can visit them online or visit them at the store on Highway 25 Durand, open 7 days a week. Compeer Financial, a member-owned farm credit cooperative serving and supporting agriculture and rural communities. Visit Compeer.com for more information.
Well,
Please
let's give
thank all
these
of our
exhibitors
sponsors.
a round of applause. We've got some different size and scales here all the way through from the beginning, and they start out weighing at a 1050 all the way to 1,200 pounds, or 1150 to 1,200. I think the steer that we're going to start this class out with, I think probably has the most muscling ability to it. It's not quite as level as a second place steer is today for me, but I think finish-wise and the muscling that's on this package kind of puts my first place together. Then we go with the second place steer, a steer that catches your eye, very level top steer, probably giving up just a little bit of hind muscle to me today to compete into that first place, but very close. Then we go with the third place steer. We go in there, a little bit bigger frame steer. I think just not quite enough adequate muscling on that back, the 1/3. I'd like to see a little bit more rib to it to balance out with the front third. Then we go with a steer here, one that probably could have been a little higher up, but then when you start analyzing it from the back end, and that just narrows up over them front shoulders for me, where I'd like to see just a little wider and a little wider in that back hip to pin. Then we go with the big red steer here next in its position. I think a steer that probably needs about 200 pounds more onto it today to compete high up. A very leveled steer, balances out in its size, but just not enough conditioning on it today for me. Then we go with the young man's steer here, a steer that's carrying adequate conditioning, just giving up a little size and scale for me. I needed to balance out in that front shoulders to balance out the back 1/3. Then we go with the next steer, I'd like to level that steer off. Little short hip and pin there. When it walks in the front feet, just not wide enough for me to balance out. Then we go with the young man's steer in the last position here. Just a steer that's a big one. I think it shows probably there's a little dairy characteristics with it today. Like to see probably another 250 to 300 pounds onto that steer to be finished.
Our first blue in that class is awarded to Kylie Seidel, and our second blue awarded to Julia Lyons. Congratulations. Our next class of market steers weigh anywhere from 1,200 to 1,235 pounds. In this class, we should have Sophia Frazier, Kinley Seidlitz, Charles Geisler, Olivia Wampel, Gabrielle Sikora, Jacob Haas, Isla Nelson, and Lily Nelson.
Again, congratulations to Kylie Seidel taking first blue, and Julia Lyons second blue in the Class 3. We're now on to Class 4, and we have 8 exhibitors in this class. You're watching the Northern
I
Wisconsin
want to take the
State
time
Fair
to thank you all for being here
Beef
for the
Show.
junior show of the Beef Exposition. A lot of hard work, as you know, as parents or supporters, as well as sponsors who are in the audience, go into what we present each day here in the junior and open fair side of the Northern Wisconsin State Fair. My name is Cindy Bogus, and I'm the junior open fair manager here, but I wear multiple hats, but I just want to come in and say welcome and share some appreciation to those who are helping make this today happen. The department supervisor, as well as on our junior open fair leadership team, is Tyler Meyer. And I want to give a shout out to CCF Bank, who is his employer. We appreciate the employers who allow our volunteers to be here throughout the week, knowing that they support the volunteers that we work with, but also support community involvement itself too. So appreciation to Tyler and his CCF Bank. Also, the ringmates that we have here helping out, Taylor Lindsay, as well as Stella Nelson. We appreciate their time helping throughout the day, as well as they both have a very strong exposition beef background, as well as a background in Northern Wisconsin State Fair as alums. So we appreciate them coming back to help and give back time to the next generation of exhibitors. Also, the Blazer family, Ashley, Josh, and Jace is here giving out ribbons. Ashley and Josh are instrumental with the Cadot Livestock Program, Cadot FFA Livestock Program, as well as in the industry as well, too. So we appreciate Jace helping out with ribbons here, as well as Ashley and
Josh that are out in the back helping make the show run as smoothly as it is. Also, thank you to Margaret Gadel here, who is also handing out ribbons. So we appreciate the younger exhibitors up and coming and as well exhibiting right now to be able to help us out as needed. And last special thank you here for now is our FFA advisors and agriculture instructors who are helping out during this beef show. We have Mrs. Bergen from the Chippewa Falls FFA Ag Department in the ring, and then ringside here is Mr. Swartz from Bloomer, Mr. Dunnerbauer from Stanley Boyd, and Mr. Becker from Cadott. We also have Mrs. Foster, who's involved with the Chippewa Falls in our equine area, so we appreciate the partnerships that we have both with the FFA programs and 4-H. Jordan Blue works a lot in our youth and school exhibit building. So those partnerships make us what we do have, whether it's through the businesses, whether it's through our alumni who come back, our younger exhibitors who are helping out in different species to make what we have to present to today. So if we can just do a quick round of applause for all the help to make it happen, we appreciate it. And then also I want to thank Lisa Marie Photography, who is inside the ring. She is hired by the Meat Animal program of the fair. So she's wearing multiple hats through the 3 species, but her heart is in exposition as well to youth as well as beyond the industry too. Friendly reminder to those Meat Animal program exhibitors, please come back to get your picture taken for your buyers for the auction. Similar as we have in the past, we will print that out and put it on a thank you for you to pick up at the picnic and then distribute in a in-person thank you. Right now, she's obviously in the ring taking photos and appreciated with that, but when you see her or she's available after the show, she's here to take pictures inside the Coliseum with your animal. We don't have a checkoff. It is, make sure you come in and do it. You know that we do it every year, and the buyers appreciate that. But also thank you for Lisa for being here. She travels up from Osseo, and her heart's in this show as well, too, with her background and personal interests. Thank you.
We're in Market Class 4 of our 2025 Northern Wisconsin State Fair Beef Show. Thank you to our sponsors, our video streaming sponsors, including the Wisconsin Soybean Marketing Board. They're the sponsor of our video streaming service at our website at realcountry1430.com. Also, thank you to Alcivia, a leading member-owned agriculture fuel cooperative serving Wisconsin, Minnesota, and Illinois. Find out now about a new service from Alcivia, the Farmer Commodity Program, where as part of their bids to farmers, that will also include pickup at your farm. Find out more at alcivia.com. Security Financial Bank, Durand, River Falls, Eau Claire, Ladysmith, Bloomer, and Black River Falls, where electronic banking is easy. Visit sfbank.com. Bauer Seeds and Service, your local Pioneer Seed and Pivot Bio dealer serving the Durand area. Visit BauerSeedsandService.com for more information. Sundstrom and Company, your local tax experts in downtown Durand. Even though it's July, it's time to start planning for end-of-year taxes. You bet. You can make an appointment by calling Sundstrom and Company at 715-672-4425. That's 715-672-4425. And Tech, your premier communications and entertainment provider, and Dunn Energy, your Touchstone energy partner.
If you have animals in Market Class 5, we'll ask to have your animals on deck, Market Class 5.
Please thank all of our sponsors again for making our video streams possible. Give them a call, drop them an email, or visit their business, please. Let them know you appreciate these videos, because without their help, we wouldn't be here today at the Northern Wisconsin State Fair. Those of you watching on our Facebook page today, we'd love to hear from you this morning. Let us know in the comments section where you're watching us from this morning. Yesterday, we had folks from around western Wisconsin, of course, and also southeast Wisconsin, and even in Pennsylvania, Montana, and Texas as well. So let us know in the comments section where you're watching us from this morning. Again, we're in Market Class number 4. Okay, let's do another trivia here with Wisconsin Beef Council. How many farms and ranches are in Wisconsin with cattle and calves? This according to the 2022 USDA Census of Agriculture. Again, how many farms and ranches are in the state with cattle and calves according to the 2022 USDA Census of Agriculture? Is it 14,000, 30,000, or 23,000? What you think about that? And again, visit beeftips.com for more information and ideas on how to make beef and find out more about Wisconsin beef farmers. And remember, if you're in dairy, you are also a beef farmer too.
Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause when we get into these heavyweight class here. I think we got some excellent steers up here in the top three especially. A little decision making on my part. I'm not prejudiced by breeds by no mean. If it's a good breed, a crossbred, whatever, it's deserving to win. I think when we start out with this first place steer here today, I think when you look at the overall balance, the balance from the front shoulders to the back, it's level, it's put together, it carries its weight very good, deserving of a first place. The young lady in second here, bring your steer out. A steer that's put together, just a little weak down that top line when it's moving out. When it stands, it looks a little better. It just breaks away on that back. Just not moving out the way I'd like to see it moving out on its feet and legs today. It's carrying a lot of weight with it. Then the third place steer, one that's very attractive, catches your eye when it comes into the ring. It's a real showy type steer. Just like to see more muscling, widen it out on them front shoulders, on that back, and have it traveling on them hind legs just a little bit better. Then we come with this Hereford steer here, a Hereford steer that's big, probably just not quite as sound in that back 1/3, a little bit coarser up in that front shoulder so it's not balancing out. Otherwise, a nice heavyweight steer. Then we go with the young lady's Hereford steer there, a steer that just needs to be wider and thicker over that hip, the pin, just to make it more massive, and then clean them front shoulders up and fill that rib body out behind the front 1/3. Then we go with this young man's black steer here, a steer that's very complete, just giving up a little size and scale today and conditioning on it that I'd like to see. Then we go with another Hereford steer here I had at the bottom. I moved it up one place. I think it's carrying more conditioning than the steer in last place. I think a steer that's giving up some size and scale and massive muscle in that hind quarter that we'd like to see on these steers. Then the young lady's steer that I moved down into that body position, I think there's more than just beef in with it. I think there might be some dairy in with it. Just a little frailer on that hip and pin. Like to make it wider and carry some more weight on it to be finished where I'd like to see her today. Let's give them another round of applause.
Our first blue in that class is awarded to Kinley Seidlitz, and our second blue awarded to Sophia Frazier. Congratulations. What's that? You gotta talk to your species manager here. Our next market class have steers that weigh anywhere from 1,240 pounds to 1,255. We have 7 exhibitors in this class. We should have Liberty Faber, Avery Marr, Sydney Spaeth, Wyatt Frazier, Adam Geisler, Allison Moose, and Avery Spaeth. You can bring your animals into the ring.
Again, congratulations to Kinley Seidlitz, winner of the first blue in Market Class 4, and Sophie Frazier took second blue in that class. We're in class number 5 of the Market Beef. Let's give you that answer. How many farms and ranches are in Wisconsin with cattle and calves according to the 2022 USDA census? Was it 14,000, 30,000, or 23,000? Answer is 23,000. At least that was the closest. The actual answer in 2022, there were 22,777 farms and ranches in Wisconsin with cattle and calves. And that's, again, compliments of the Wisconsin Beef Council. You can find out more about the Beef Council, get some great beef tips, too, on how you can prepare beef or alternate cuts of beef that might do the same thing. So like if you're looking for ribeyes, but they might be too expensive, well, beeftips.com has some suggestions for some alternate cuts that would be just like a ribeye. Again, that's at beeftips.com. And a reminder, those of you watching us on our Facebook page this morning at WRDN 1430 AM stereo and 107.3 FM, we would sure love to hear from you in the comments section. Let us know where you're watching from. See if we can find out, we'll see who the farthest away is watching the show. Yesterday during the Hog Show, we had some folks from Kermit, Texas, 1,352 miles away, that were watching the Hog Show. This is Market Class 5 of the Beef Show, Market Class 5. Do we know who the judge is today? Well, Bristol, The judge did not introduce himself. But I will go find out.
Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause. Again, we've got some size and scale difference. I look at the balance because when these steers go out into feedlots, we got to have balance. We've got to have feet and legs at them. And I think the steer that starts this class out kind of fits my needs, what I'm looking for. It's level across the back. It's got a little dip right now. Young lady's doing a good job presenting it today. It's deserving of the first place in this class. Then we go with the young lady with the Hereford steer. I think a steer that if we had just a little bit more massive muscle to it, I think it could have been in that first place position. It's very correct in that 1/3. I think it's going to grade in that choice category. I think she's going to be real happy with this steer. Then we go with the young lady here, probably one of the heaviest steers in the class when you look at it. Probably just not put together on that front 1/3 to move out and balance that top and that weight. I think we just need a little more balance down the top line for that steer. Then we go with a steer here in the next position. Young lady's got a nice big steer here. I think we just need to balance that back 1/3 out to balance the one front third to get that size there. And if we could balance it out with that weight, I think we'd be pretty good. Then we go with the young man with a steer here, just a little plainer steer today, a steer that needs more weight to it. It's still finished, but I think we need some more weight at an earlier age on this steer to compete higher up. Then we go with that next Hereford steer, just a little plainer steer. It strides out nice on its feet and legs. Like to widen that up in that back 1/3, lower that body depth to it, and I think it would balance out pretty good for this young lady. Then we go with the young man's steer here. Just needs a little more weight on that steer to make it look a lot better today. It's a big framey steer. Just gives a little bit of muscling package and level it off over the hip and pin.
Our first blue in that class is awarded to Liberty Favor, and our second blue awarded to Avery Spaeth. Congratulations. Our next market class are steers that weigh anywhere from 1,265 pounds to 1,295 pounds. We have 7 exhibitors in this class. We have Grace Mayer, Jamison Elstrun, Olivia Wampel, Cole Ludwigson, Brinley Sonatag, Alexa Gint, and Skylar Rediger. You can bring your animals into the ring. While we have a few minutes here of downtime with the steers coming in the ring, I'm going to put our judge on the spot. I apologize, Leo, I didn't get a chance to connect with you when you came in, but if you can give us a little background on yourself for our audience, that would be great.
Well, thank you very much. I enjoy judging. I've been putting in about 18 years of judging. I love working with kids. It's Kids Day today for me and parents and relatives, everybody that puts a heart into this show. As an operation, I'm a feed livestock consultant. I also operate and own into Golden Maples. I have purebred Herefords and purebred Shorthorns. We also have crossbreds. We sell cattle all over in different states and purebred sales. So with that, I'm going to shut up because it's Kids Day and you've got some wonderful cattle here today and it's good to evaluate them. It's my opinion today. Tomorrow it could be different for a different judge, but it's what I like and what I'd put back into my herd or in feedlots for my customers.
Thank you, Leo. Let's give Leo a round of applause and thank him for judging our steers and cattle today.
All right, there we go. We got our answer. And again, it's the Northern Wisconsin State Fair Beef Show. We are now into class number 6 from class 5, taking first blue, Liberty Faber, and second blue, Avery Spaeth. Again, Liberty Faber took first blue, second blue, Avery Spaeth. And we are now in market beef class number 6. Later on today here at the Northern Wisconsin State Fair, Miss Wisconsin will be here, and we hope to have a chance to talk with Miss Wisconsin. May have be later this afternoon, so the beef show may be done, or at least our coverage of the beef show may be done, but we'll have something hopefully for on the radio. Maybe we can even record something that we can use during tomorrow's dairy show as well. Again, those of you watching on our Facebook page this morning at WRDN 1430 AM stereo and 107.3 FM, let us know in the comments section where you're watching from today. Love to hear from you. We've had folks from western Wisconsin, southeast Wisconsin as well. We always like to see who the furthest away is. So far, Beaver Dam is the furthest away. Yesterday, during the Hog Show, Kermit, Texas, 1,352 miles away. Also had some folks from Dillon, Montana, and Troy, Pennsylvania.
If you have market animals in class 7, you can start bringing those animals on deck. Market class 7.
These animals are really going to cut it up in a few days.
And thank you to our video streaming sponsors as well, making our video streams possible from the Northern Wisconsin State Fair, including the Wisconsin Soybean Marketing Board. They're our video streaming service sponsor at our website at realcountry1430.com. Also, Provisions Health, 3rd Avenue West Durand, changing the way you experience healthcare. Find out more at provisions.health. Chippewa Valley Energy, serving the Chippewa Valley since 1922. Find out more at chippewavalley.energy.com. And Wisconsin Credit Union, serving members for over 80 years. We belong to you. Visit wisconsincu.org for more information. Please thank all of our sponsors. Give them a call, drop them an email, visit their business, and tell them thank you for supporting our video streams. Again, without their help, we wouldn't be able to be here at the Northern Wisconsin State Fair. Upcoming fair events will be the Dunn County Fair here in just a couple of weeks, followed by the Buffalo Pepin County Fair, and then the Pierce County Fair as well. And at those fairs, we'll also be having the dairy, beef, and swine shows and their respective livestock auctions as well on our video stream. Some more trivia from the Wisconsin Beef Council. Visit them online at beeftips.org. Meat processors are an important part of our state's economy and culture. How many licensed meat processors do we have across Wisconsin? This according to the Wisconsin Department of Agriculture. Is it either A, more than 500, B, 300, or C, 100? Let you think about that. Again, this is class number six here at the Northern Wisconsin State Fair and the Beef Show. Okay, from Wisconsin Beef Council, meat processors are an important part of our state's economy and culture. How many licensed meat establishments do we have across Wisconsin for processing meat? This according to the Wisconsin Department of Agriculture. And the correct answer is A, more than 500. A, more than 500. And some of those meat processors, I'll tell you what, they do an awesome job. Each one seems to have something that's just there, everybody loves. I know for myself, in the Durand area with Durand Smokehouse, they have Butch's hot dogs. They're just, and their German-style brats, they're just to die for. Down the road at J.M. Watkins, they have a brand new facility just outside of Plum City at J.M. Watkins. They have maple flavored bacon. Oh, it is unbelievable. We had some of that over the 4th of July holiday. It was Rhonda, my partner's birthday on the 5th of July. So her son was up. My daughter and son-in-law were up. Rhonda's grandson was up for her birthday. Land we have in winter. And for breakfast, I made the maple-flavored bacon as part of breakfast in the cast iron pan over the fire. Even though I was the cook, I only got one piece out of it. Everybody else just devoured it. It was like a bunch of locusts. We should have bought an extra package, I guess. But again, thank you to all of our local meat processors as well. And, at the Smokehouse in Durand, they have the Butch's hot dogs, the German brats, and the beef sticks, too. Engineer Greg for the radio station, he loves their beef sticks. When we had Ham Radio Field Day a few weeks back in June, I always help out with that. And that was one of the requirements. I had one job. Bring the beef sticks from Durand Smokehouse. Bring enough for all of us for the 24 hours that the ham radio operators are on air. Okay, so that's what we did.
Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause. I think we got a good set all the way through here. I think when you analyze these, and I was a little bit decision making here at the last minute, I think this red steer, when you put him together, he's balanced from that front run third. He's clean in that neck, yet he balances out. He's straight over that top line. He puts it together. He's got some belly on him. He's got some deep hindquarters, and he's got some muscling on him on them feet and legs, and we need that to get into the feedlots today. Then we go with this black steer here. This young lady's got very eye appealing when you look at it. Then I start analyzing it and how I want to clean it up. I'd like to clean that front 1/3, just blend them shoulders in a little tighter, and he could have been in first place today. He's just a little wide and coarse there. Maybe a little tighter clip job could have done it, but when you handle him, and that's why I went back and handled them front shoulders, that's what determined my first and second place today. Then the young man in third place, a steer that's finished good, I think probably just given up a little bit more scale to the two steers above him. Then we go with the young lady with that white steer there, a steer that's carrying enough conditioning on it today. Probably just like to balance and widen it out in that hip and pin in the back end. That would set that one in a little deeper hindquarters. Then we go with the young man's steer there, just a little plainer steer over that hindquarters. You look from that rump to the pin, that hip bone in there, we're not quite level, and it's fighting him today and not quite balancing him out on that feet and legs. Then we go with the young lady there, and at the end there, I switch them two around. I think just carrying a little bit more conditioning today than the steer below him. The steer below him today needs probably another 30 days on some hard feed, and she's probably on a grass-fed diet. I don't know. I didn't ask her. But when showmanship comes, I'll probably be asking her, because that makes it determine a lot. But today, when we want them to go into a feedlot, we need them finished, and we need some muscling package on them. Give them a round of applause again.
Our first blue in that class is awarded to Olivia Wampel, and our second blue awarded to Brenly Sonatag. Congratulations. Our next class in the ring has steers weighing anywhere from 1,310 pounds to 1,355 pounds. We have 7 exhibitors in this class. We should have James Marr, Kaylin Seidlitz, Bronson Ludwigson, Gabrielle Sikora, Morgan Hilger, Brenly Sonatag, and Brenton Faber. You can bring your animals into the ring.
Congratulations again in Market Class 6. First blue, Olivia Wampel, and second blue, Brenly Sonentag. Now we're in Market Class number 7. Market Class number 7 here at the Northern Wisconsin State Fair. I'm Brian Winnikins from WRDN Radio. Thank you for joining us this morning as well as we continue with our beef show. And while we're bringing in Market Class number 7, give you just a brief market update. Currently at the Mercantile Exchange milk markets, they are higher in the August, September, October, and November contracts this morning. Meanwhile, in the cattle markets, live cattle markets, mostly higher, feeder cattle low, mostly lower. We've been seeing triple-digit gains in the markets here over the last few days, so we do have a little bit of profit taking, especially in the feeder cattle markets today, while hog markets lower in the nearby month, but higher in some of the deferred contracts as the trade's still kind of watching that consumer demand. The pork cutout values have been having some pretty wild swings, so there's been just a little bit of caution with the trade today. Grain markets, meanwhile, corn markets are lower, soybeans lower as well, wheat lower. Positive weather for crop development is probably the main cause of that. Also, continued trade concerns as well. What is going to happen here either later today with any tariffs taking effect or on August 1st, the potential some tariffs taking effect as well. So just a little brief overview of the markets here so far today. And those of you watching us on our Facebook page at WRDN 1430 AM stereo and 107.3 FM, let us know in the comments section. We'd love to hear from you this morning. Where you're watching the show from? Love to find out. It's because we're nosy and curious, too. It's kind of interesting to find out where folks are watching us from this morning. So let us know in the comments section. Beautiful day here in Chippewa Falls for the Northern Wisconsin State Fair. Montgomery Gentry is going to be the first main stage act tonight at 8 o'clock. And so should be a nice night for that. Carnival will be all opened up. They were setting all of that up yesterday, and but the carnival should be opening up here soon. What's your favorite ride? For me, it used to be the Tilt-A-Whirl. Now, it's just sitting on the bench watching the kids take the ride because there's no way I could do that. But there was a time when, Tilt-A-Whirl was it. Lean into it, too, to really get that car to just whip around. That's how we used to do it. You bet. Other things going on. The Kids Pedal tractor pull will be happening later this afternoon, starting at about 1 o'clock. Also, there'll be the Cookies and Crowns Kids event. That's going to be here right in front of the Custer Arena with Miss Wisconsin is scheduled to be here. So looking forward to that. Hope to get an interview as well with Miss Wisconsin. Also, animal races happening 2:45 as well, including the pig races and the duck races too. Duck races are kind of fun to watch. Also, the poultry show will begin later today. That's going to be at 4 o'clock in the Poultry Rabbits Arena. And in the Custer Coliseum, there'll be the goat show as well. Tomorrow, we'll have coverage of the dairy show, and that will start bright and early, actually an hour earlier at 8 a.m., so got to be here a little bit earlier.
If you have steers in Market Class 8, you can start bringing those animals on deck. Market Class 8.
So again, dairy show beginning tomorrow morning at 8. Our coverage beginning at about 7:55. Ooh, better set the alarm for a little bit earlier so I can get all my morning duties done as well. And then tomorrow night is Hairball with the concert beginning at 8 o'clock on the main stage. Looks like we are down to our final two. His final decision's looking like it's a tough one for Leo, our judge.
Very good class of steers here. A little of my decision of making here. I think when we look at the overall correctness of balance, and I check the muscling and I check the ribs, and you look at the front shoulders, how it's balanced out, the steer has it. I think young lady's done a good job with that steer. I think it's nice and straight and level for her. Good job. The steer that comes in second, probably just a little bit longer today than the steer in first. When I start analyzing the muscle package and the Springer rib and the movability, I think this steer falls into second place. Two steers that are very high quality steers for these young kids. Then we go with the steer in third place. Probably carrying enough condition, just not quite got the muscling package over that back 1/3. Like to see a little bit more up there on the top end so it drops down to that flank area. Just giving up a little bit of Springer rib and a little thickness through that front shoulder. Then we go with the red heifer here, I think, or steer. I think we're just not quite, she's carrying enough muscling on it. Just doesn't balance out the way I'd like to see it today, but still going to grade up there in that choice category. Then we go with the young man's black steer here, a steer that you like, it puts together. Like to see it traveling when it gets on them hind legs on the move. It has a little bit of trouble. It's struggling. It's throwing them back and forth. Like to see them balance them out. Then we go with the young lady's shorthorn steer here, a steer that I'd like to see some more thickness to it, like to see some more belly onto it, but a steer that's still going to grade and hang a pretty good carcass. Then we go with the young man's steer at the bottom here. Just takes and gives up a little bit of dimension over that hind quarters, and we'd like to balance it out over them front shoulders as they're popping just a little bit there as he's walking around. Like to take and balance him out just a little bit. Thanks much, and give him another round of applause.
Our first blue in that class is awarded to Brynlee Sonntag, and our second blue awarded to Morgan Hilger. Congratulations. Our next market class in the ring have steers that weigh anywhere from 1,390 pounds to 1,425 pounds. We have 7 exhibitors in this class. We have Kinley Seidlitz, Avery Marr, Anthony Glens, James Marr, Matilda Roycraft, Abigail Sikora, and Claire Bull. You can bring your animals into the ring.
Again, congratulations to Brynlee Sonntag, first blue in Market Class 7, and Morgan Hilger taking second blue. We're now in Market Class number 8 today. Watching coverage of the Northern Wisconsin State Fair Beef Show. I'm Brian Winnikins, Farm Director at WRDN Radio in Durand. Thank you for joining us today. Those of you watching on Facebook, let us know in the comments section where you're watching from. I'd love to hear from you this morning. And thank you to our video streaming sponsors, including the Wisconsin Soybean Marketing Board, Dunn Energy, your Touchstone Energy Cooperative, NTech, your premier communications and entertainment provider, Durand.
If you had a first and second blue placed animal in the market classes, not including the non-market, the underweight steers. We will have both the first and second place blue animals back in the ring after our last market class for our championship round. So just letting you know so you can keep your animal on deck. Keep it handy if you got a first and second place blue, either in market class 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9, and then we'll have our first and second place blues for our dairy market steers.
We'd also like to say thank you to Sundstrom and Company, our local tax experts in Durand, to give them a call as we get ready for end-of-year tax planning. Believe it or not, yeah, we have to start planning for that. You can call Sundstrom at 715-672-4425 to schedule your appointment. You can also visit them online. Bauer Seeds and Service, your local Pioneer Seed and Pivot bio dealer serving the Durand area. Visit BauerSeedsandService.com for more information. Also, Security Financial Bank, Durand, River Falls, Eau Claire, Ladysmith, Bloomer, and Black River Falls, where electronic banking is easy. Visit sfbank.com for more information. And Alcivia, a leading member-owned agriculture and fuel cooperative serving Wisconsin, Minnesota, and Illinois. Farmers find out now about Alcivia's farmer commodity program. This is a program where if you're going to be selling right now, like the wheat harvest getting underway, you're going to be selling wheat. If you want to sell it to Alcivia as part of their bids, that could include them coming to pick it up right off the farm. Visit alcivia.com for more information. Please thank all of our sponsors. Give them a call, drop them an email, visit their business. Tell them thank you for supporting our video streams today from the Northern Wisconsin State Fair. Without their help, it's pretty simple. We wouldn't be here at the Northern Wisconsin State Fair today. So please, we'd really appreciate it if you'd reach out to our sponsors and tell them thank you for supporting these video streams and that you appreciate the ability to be able to watch these livestock shows.
If you have steers in market class 9, you can have your animals on deck, market class 9.
So we get down to our final two in this class. And we have our decision.
Yeah, give them a round of applause. I think you've got some very good steers in here from top to bottom. It's too bad we can't give all blues, but the ladies are doing a good job. I think this steer here that walks out in first place, I think you got to analyze him from his front 1/3 to his back 1/3, how he carries his weight around, the conditioning he's got him, how he's balanced down that top line. He's nice and straight and level. Beautiful steer out here to be first place. Then the steer that's in second place, it was a steer that was very, very close in a decision when I was looking at him. Probably just not quite as deep in them hind quarters as what the steer is in front. That's what changed him around, but a very nice steer in second place. Then we go with a steer in third, just the back 1/3 in them hind quarters. We'd like to see them just a little bit deeper on them to balance out and give us more pounds of meat. Then we go with that black steer there, a steer that probably would like to lower him down on his legs a little bit, make him look better to balance him out. Right now, his legs setting him up high isn't balancing that back 1/3, and it's giving him a lot of belly that he's missing. I'd like to see more belly to him, and if we lowered his legs, we'd be all right. Then we got a big frame steer coming here. Just like to see him balanced on them legs just a little bit better when he walks out. Just not quite carrying the condition that the other steers above him are. Then we go with the black steer here, just giving up a little size and scale of width and thickness down through the top line that I'd like to see. Like to see a little more front on his front 1/3. He's wide, but we got to balance that back out behind his shoulders. Then we go with the steer that's in last place there. I'd like to see a little bit more depth on that mass of muscle on the hind, give it a little more thickness on the front, and it'll make a better steer and lower its legs.
Our first blue in that class is awarded to Kinley Seidlitz, and our second blue in that class is awarded to Abigail Sikora. Congratulations. So we're going to pull back all the champions. Okay, our next class, and this is our final market beef steer class. Before we pull our champion market steer, we have 4 exhibitors in this class. These steers weigh anywhere from 1,430 pounds to 1,655 pounds. We have 4 exhibitors in this class. We have Claire Bowl, Adam Glens, Brock Nazvachel, and Benton Huber. If you were a first and second blue steer, you can have your animal on deck. First and second blue steer, and we ask that you line up by class and weight.
Again, congratulations to Kinley Seidlitz taking first blue and Abigail Sikora second blue in market class number 8. Final market class before our championship round coming up.
After we pick the champion market steer, we'll move on to our dairy market steers. We have 2 dairy market steer classes. Again, on deck, I will need all first and second place blue ribbon steers lined up by class and weight.
I think when we get into this class of steers here, we got to look at steers for balance and that, and what I'm looking for. I think this steer here is about as level in the class as what they are. I think he's balanced on his hindquarters to blend in with that front 1/3. He's got enough spring and rib, and he's still going to grade up there in that choice. Young man in second here, a nice steer. If you would lower his legs and make him a little closer to the ground, he'd look a lot more stockier. He's just given up a little bit in that back 1/3 where I'd like to see a little more fill to him. And that comes with age on him, not as much as weight sometimes. Then we go with the young man's steer down here. A big steer in this class, the tallest and the longest steer in this class, just gives up a lot in that one back third. I'd like to see a lot thicker and level him up, and he's having a little issue on walking today, so that's not helping him. He's a little pinched in that back, and he's raised. If we could lower him out, he could probably been up in the top of the class. Then we go with the steer here at the end of the class that rounds things up. Just needs a lot more groceries into it, a different type of a diet, so we get a lot more conditioning to it and thickness at an earlier age for this type of a calf. Let's give him another round of applause.
Our first blue in that class is awarded to Brock Nasvacho, and our second blue awarded to Adam Glens. Congratulations. Next, we'll pick our champion and grand champion market steer, and we'll need all our first and second place blue winners in the ring. I should have Whitney Gotham with your 1,100-pound steer, Callie Brandville with your 1,100-pound steer, Julia Lyons with your 1,050-pound steer, Kylie Seidel with your 1,150-pound steer, Kinley Seidlitz and Sophia Frazier with your 1,200-pound steers, Liberty Favor with your 1,240-pound steer, Avery Spaeth with your 1,255-pound steer, Olivia Wample with your 1,280-pound steer, Brinley Stonatag with your 1,290-pound steer. Brinley Stonatag will also need your 1,355-pound steer. Morgan Hilger with your 1,345-pound steer. Kinley Seidlitz with your 1,390-pound steer. Abigail Sikora with your 1,420-pound steer. And Brock will need your 1,515-pound steer back, along with Adam Glens with your 1,490-pound steer. Following the market beef champions, we will move on to our dairy market steers.
And again, congratulations to Brock Nevesel taking first blue and Adam Glenn second blue in class number 9. It's the championship round in our market beef. All right, so here we go. Following that, we'll have our dairy market classes. So with the champion round here, it's going to get full in the ring. Here we go.
Okay, we'll have all our exhibitors bring their animals in the ring, and if they can line them up by class. First and second place blues. We're doing lightest. Okay. So this will be the first place blues in the ring, lined up by lightest to heaviest.
Well, before I select the grand champion steer of this year's show for you, let's give these all first place winners a round of applause. I'll talk a little bit about them after we get them lined up out here, and I'll be happy to select your grand for this year.
Again, we are in our championship round of our market beef steers. These are all first blues from our 9 different classes. Following the naming of our Grand and Reserve champions, we will have our dairy market steers after that. We have 2 classes with that. Reminder, tomorrow morning at 7:55 is when we'll kick off our dairy show from the Northern Wisconsin State Fair. Looks like we have our decision in.
Well, before I select your grand champion steer here this year, I'm just going to talk very short because it's getting warm outside and we've got a long ways to go yet today. I think when we started out in this first class of steers, we talk about balance, how these steers are balanced and put together for correctness from the front 1/3 to the back. And then we want a lot of rib and we want a lot of width. And I looked at muscling, and when I was handling these animals, I could tell, well, is it all hair or is it muscle? And hair doesn't buy us meat. So as a consumer out there, we want meat pounds in our freezer. So I think every one of these individuals that's brought these steers in today has done an excellent job of grooming them, presenting them to me today. I appreciate it. It's a pleasure working with you. Let's give them one more round of applause, and I'm going to pick your grand, and then we'll bring in our second place in that division.
So Kinley Seidlitz. Your grand champion market steer is awarded to Kinley Seidlitz. Congratulations.
Congratulations to Kinley.
As I take a look at the second place one in that class, and then I will select your reserve champion.
And your reserve grand champion market steer is awarded to Brinley Sonatag. Heavier one? Yeah, that's the second heaviest one. Okay. Congratulations to our champion or reserve champion market steer winners. We'll now move on to our market dairy steers. We have two market dairy steer classes. If you have dairy market steers in class 10, as soon as the alleys open up, you can start bringing your animals into the arena.
And again, congratulations to the Beef Market Grand Champion exhibited by Kinley Seidlitz and the Reserve Grand Champion exhibited by Brinley Sonentag. Go on to our Dairy Market classes. We'll have two classes for this. Earlier in our shows from yesterday, the Grand Champion Hog was exhibited by Owen King with a barrow, and the Reserve Champion Aubrey King with a gilt. In the sheep show, the Grand Champion was Arabella Knuth, and reserve champion was Libya Hetke. So congratulations to those exhibitors.
Yeah, there you go. Any movement back there, Jordan, at all, or no? Again, we're moving into our dairy market steer class. I should have Delton Keneally, Madison Bovey, Sadie Seidling, and Ben Wicken in the first dairy market steer class. On deck, we will have our second market dairy steer class, and you can start bringing those animals and lining up as well. Go for it. I see some black and white rolling in, but you'll be fine. You're good.
I can hold it for two.
I don't think these are.
I just need to make sure we get those.
These are good. These are.
Once we do our dairy market classes, we will then have the Grand and Reserve champion for that, and then we'll name our Supreme champion as well. So we wrap up things from the Northern Wisconsin State Fair for the Beef Show today. And then tomorrow, it's the Dairy Show, with coverage beginning at 7:55.
All right, we have 2 dairy market steer classes. In this class, we have steers that weigh 1,255 pounds to 1,415 pounds. We have 4 exhibitors in this class. We should have Dalton Keneally, Madison Bovey, Sadie Seidling, and Ben Wicken. This is your first class of dairy market steers. If you have dairy market steers in the final dairy market steer class, you can have your animals on deck.
Let's give these dairy exhibitors a round of applause. And some people might argue with me in that, but when we're into a county fair, we're looking at finished steers, how they're going to hang on the carcass on the rail and that. I think when we start looking at this one this young lady's got here, when you handle that steer has a lot of muscle into him, has a lot of conditioning onto them for a fat cover. I think a steer, when it hangs on the rail, will hang a very good carcass for this young lady. Very balanced. She's done a good job on a feeding program with it, because you can tell from the front 1/3 to the back, it is balanced and it's smooth. She did a good job picking out a calf and feeding it. Then we go with the young man here with the Holstein steer, a steer that comes in pretty good. So I have to take and default some things. So I take and say, okay, what is it going to hang on the rail? What's the conditioning? If I cut the bones off of it and put it closer to the ground, what have I got for meat? So I did that. That's why it's in second place. Very good steer for the young man. It could withhold quite a few pounds on it, and it would make it look a lot better yet. Then we go with another big frame steer here, a steer that needs to be carrying just a little more conditioning for me today. Still going to grade up there okay, but it's going to have a pretty good dress off because of the bone that's on it. Then we go with the young man steer right there, just giving up a lot in that back 1/3, a steer that could have come out here and won the division very easily because it's lower to the ground. Not as much bone on it, just needed to be fed a little bit harder today for this young man to compete higher up. Let's give him another round of applause on these dairy steers.
Our first blue in that class is awarded to Sadie Seidling, and our second blue awarded to Ben Wicken. Congratulations. Sadie and Ben, don't go too far with your animals, because you're going to bring those back in a little bit. Next in the ring, we will have our final dairy market steer class. We have 5 animals, 5 exhibitors in this class. Animals range anywhere from 1,455 pounds to 1,625 pounds. We have Isla Nelson, Delton Keneally, Michael Mayer, Ben Wicken, and Greta Reichel in this class.
Again, congratulations to Sadie Seidling, first blue, and Benjamin Wicken, second blue. So we have the dairy steers coming in on our market dairy steers in our beef show. And from Wisconsin Beef Council, some trivia appropriate too for this class. Wisconsin is known as America's Dairyland, and our dairy farmers play an important role in the beef industry. What percentage of the beef that we enjoy across the nation comes from the dairy industry? This according to the Cattlemen's Beef Board. Is it 50%, 10%, or 20%? I'll give you the answer here coming up. But yes, dairy does play a role in the beef industry. After this class, we'll name our champion and reserve champion in the dairy market classes. And then we have the naming as well for our supreme champion, if I'm not mistaken.
Following this class, we will pick our grand and reserve champion dairy market steer, and then we will move on to breeding stock.
All right, so from the Wisconsin Beef Council again, Wisconsin is known as America's Dairyland, and dairy farmers play an important role in the beef industry. What percentage of the beef that we enjoy across the nation comes from the dairy industry? This is from the Cattlemen's Beef Board. Is it 50%, 10%, or 20%? Well, the correct answer is 20%. Yep, 20% of our beef comes from the dairy industry. And now with the dairy on beef really starting to take off, that's probably going to be increasing just a little bit. Because this was from the Beef Board in 2022. I'm sure that that number has actually increased just a bit over the last few years. Again, thank you to our sponsors as well for sponsoring our video streams from the Northern Wisconsin State Fair, including Compeer Financial, a member-owned farm credit cooperative serving and supporting agriculture and rural communities. Visit Compeer.com for more information. O'Galley Cheese Factory, Highway 25 Durand, for all of your snacking needs, featuring cheese, locally made beef sticks, sausages, and a whole lot more. Highway 25 Durand.
Well, when we get into this class of dairy steers again here, we got some various in sizes in that. We want them to be as finished as possible. Young man, turn your steer around and face it towards the exit gate for me, please. Your first place winner here when you started to handle this steer, not the biggest steer in this class, but he's carrying the conditioning on him that I like. He's very sound and correct on his legs. He's moving out. If you were to put him in a feedlot where you got Holstein steers, that's a steer that's going to stand up and be able to move around and take structure from other steers when they get into a fight. A very good steer for this young man. Then we go to the second place steer, a steer that's probably carrying just about as much conditioning as that first place steer. Not quite put together for me and balanced out as a first place steer. He just does not balance on that back 1/3. When he moves out, you see he's just a little tighter there, but a very good steer. Then we go with one of the big frame steers here this young lady's got. I think a steer that's very correct. I'd like to level it out, shrink it down to the ground a little bit, put a little bit more weight on it. That's a steer that's going to take longer to have it completely finished for the extra pounds of meat. Then we go with that young man's steer there, the biggest steer in the class, the tallest steer in the class, just does not put together things in that back 1/3. We'd like to change that a little bit from the hip to pin, get a little bit more meat on that steer, but a steer that another month or two would look pretty good for this young man. Then we go with the young lady steer right there, just gives up some of that extra meat, muscle in the hind quarter. Another steer that probably should be a little bit smoother walking. Yes, it's a dairy steer. They're not going to be aggressive as a beef steer in that, but we'd surely like to correct it on them feet and legs because that's what's in the Packers feedlots today. Let's give them another round of applause, and we'll take a look at your grand champions.
Our first blue in that class is awarded to Ben Wicken, and our second blue to Michael Mayer. Congratulations. Next, we'll pick our champion reserve champion dairy market steer, and we will have Sadie Seidling and Ben Wicken with your two dairy market steers from the first dairy market steer class, and Ben Wicken and Michael Mayer with your steers in the second class in the ring.
All right, grand champion and reserve champion for the dairy steers here coming up. All right, we're going to give you another quick trivia from Wisconsin Beef Council. We're mixing beef and the Postal Service. Beef is known as a good source of nutrients, often referred to as zip. And actually, no, we're not referring to the Postal Service as a zip code. What does zip stand for? Not in the Postal Service, but in the beef industry. Let you think about that.
Following the Grand Champion, Reserve Champion awards, we will take a 10-minute break before we move into our breeding stock. So exhibitors, you got a few-minute break, and then we will move into our breeding stock after our 10-minute break of awarding the dairy market steers. And if you want to do your steer photos while during that 10-minute break, that is a great time to do that as well.
We'll keep the stream running, by the way, during that 10-minute break. We'll just keep everything running during the 10-minute break before breeding stock. All right, beef is known as a good source of nutrition, often referred to as zip. What does zip stand for in the beef industry? Not a zip code in the Postal Service. Zinc, iron, and protein. Thank you to the Wisconsin Beef Council for some of our beef trivia today. You can find out more and get some great recipes, alternate cuts of beef, how to, again, some of those great recipes, maybe even some new recipes as well. Just go to beeftips.com, beeftips.com. Find that information there.
Well, let's give these two division winners a round of applause. I think you got two steers out there in the dairy characteristics that when you handle them, their condition is about as equal as can be. I think they're very, very good. I've looked at the second place division winners. I'm going to go out and select your grand, and then we'll take a look at the reserve.
Our champion dairy market steer is awarded to Sadie Seidling, and our reserve champion dairy market steer is awarded to Ben Wicken. Congratulations.
So congratulations to Sadie Seidling with the grand champion dairy market steer, and Benjamin Wicken with the reserve champion dairy market steer.
Sound good? Okay. Exhibitors, we will start the breeding stock at 11:25. So you got a few minutes to change things around, swap animals, do what you need to do. Bathroom break at 11:25. We will resume the breeding stock, starting with our junior beef cattle, our Angus purebreds.
And again, we will keep the stream running. The stream is going to stay running here during this 10-minute break so we can get into the breeding stock. We'll do that and then wrap things up from the Northern Wisconsin State Fair today. So we have breeding stock classes coming up next, again, in about 10 minutes. So stick around. From the Northern Wisconsin State Fair, I'm Brian Winnekins. Those of you watching on Facebook, at our Facebook page at WRDN 1430 AM stereo and 107.3 FM. Let us know where you're watching us from today. We'd love to hear from you in the comments section. And you're watching the 2025 Northern Wisconsin State Fair Beef Show. We're in a 10-minute break here. We'll have our breeding stock here coming up in just a couple minutes. So stick around for that. WRDN is your home for farm news and markets throughout the day. We kick things off Monday through Friday from 5 to 7 with the WRDN Morning Farm Report. We have farm news, farm markets, overnight markets as well. Dairy news with Dairy Radio Now. Mike Pearson in with Farm Progress America and our ag weather forecast, along with some great classic country music too. Then at the bottom of the hour during the 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock, and 11 o'clock hours, we have a market update. During the noon hour, we have our noon farm show starting at about 12:25 with our market updates, also latest farm news, and also Agriculture America and that ag weather forecast. From 1 until 3, it's Chip Flory with AgriTalk, and he has all the news and issues affecting rural America and the farm markets too. From 3 until 4, it's Agriculture of America with Jesse Allen. He has the latest news and issues from rural America. Then during the 4 o'clock hour, Susan Littlefield has Market Wrap, where she chats with market analysts from around the nation about the news of the day affecting the markets.
About 2 minutes before we start the breeding stock. A lot of our breeding stock classes have 1 to 2 animals in the class, so this will move very quickly. So we just ask that you listen for your class, listen to be when you're on deck, so we can keep animals moving. If you have multiple breeding stock animals and you're in multiple classes that are back to back, it might be wise to ask someone to help and maybe hold an animal while you're in the ring, just so we can keep things moving. So, on deck, I should have our purebred Angus heifer junior yearling, and I have 1 entry in that class, and that's Sydney Spaeth. And then the following class will be purebred Herefords, junior yearling heifers, and I have Riley Breck and Sydney Spaeth in that class as well. And then we will move on to Simmental, purebred Simmentals, junior heifer calf, and I have Haven Bovie. So those are our first 3 classes. So if you can get those animals on deck, we'll try to make as many announcements and be as clear as possible, just so you know what's in the ring and what should be waiting. And if you weren't in the barn area when I made the announcement earlier this morning, showmanship after breeding stock will start with senior showmanship, and we have 3 heats, and I will name those heats off later on as we get closer to that, and then we'll move into intermediate, and we will wrap up with our beginner showmanship.
Anything else you have to add in there?
Yeah. Okay, who do we got here? Hey, Keith.
I'll get out of the way.
Here, no, you're fine. I'm gonna stand anyway.
Oh, wait, do you need me in the show ring still, boys?
Oh, Jesus. Good Lord.
I'll start off.
Is that good?
Well, then next year, let's either pick an owl.
All right, our first breeding stock class, we have purebred Angus, junior yearling heifer, exhibited by Sydney Spaeth.
Not registered because that goes in order by breed. So.
This is actually our only purebred Angus at the fair this year, so this will actually also be, will be our champion Angus.
Well, as we get into the heifer show, let's give this young lady a round of applause. This will be only one in her class. It's an Angus. I think when you look at this and analyze it, it's nice and level down that top line. It's got a lot of extension through that neck. Very clean fronted up through that front end, and as it moves out, it tracks out very well on its hind legs. I think a heifer that could withstand much more competition in her class, but she's going to be rewarded your blue and your grand champion Angus.
All right, our blue ribbon and champion Angus here at the fair this year is awarded to Sydney Spaeth. Next in the ring, we'll have our purebred Herefords. We have 2 junior yearling heifers, one exhibited by Riley Breck and the other one exhibited by Sydney Spaeth. These are also our only 2 purebred Herefords here at the fair this year, so they will also be awarded the champion and reserve champion of their breed. On deck, we should have our purebred Semitol. We have 1 entry in that class. We have a junior heifer calf exhibited by Haven Bovey. And then we have a senior heifer calf exhibited by Miles Gadel. And those animals can be on deck. Okay, these are our 2 purebred Herefords, one exhibited by Riley Breck and the other Sydney Spaeth.
Well, I'm going to talk a little bit about the Herefords. I think there are 2 Hereford heifers that can go out and show and do a good job. I think there's 1 heifer out here that's carrying a lot of extra conditioning, and we want these females nice and fresh when we're out there selecting, so I'm going to pick your first and second and your grand and reserve.
Okay, our champion Hereford is awarded to Sydney Spaeth, and our reserve champion Hereford awarded to Riley Breck. We'll move into our purebred Semitols. We have 1 entry in this class. We have a junior heifer calf exhibited by Haven Bovey. On deck, I have a senior heifer calf exhibited by Miles Gadel. You'll be on deck. It would be your heifer yearling, your purebred Semitoles. It says one record, but there's no name on it. Yep. On deck, we'll also need Cindy Spaeth with your Semitol summer yearling heifer.
Ken?
Only one heifer calf in the Semitol division for this young man, and I gave him some pointers how to set it up and get his show stick and his halter in the right hands for him. And I'm going to be looking for this young man to come back in the showmanship contest. I know he's going to do a good job, and a heifer calf that's deserving of a blue ribbon. It's still young. I'm sure it's a calf that could take and compete with more competition for him today. Let's give him a round of applause.
And our blue ribbon in that class awarded to Haven Bovey. Next in the ring, we'll have our purebred Semitol senior heifer calf. And we have one entry in this class exhibited by Miles Gadel. On deck, I'll need our Semitol yearling heifer exhibited by Sydney Spaeth, and I'll also need a junior yearling heifer. I have two entries, Anthony Glens and Morgan Hilger. Those animals can be on deck.
Again, we're working our way through breeding stock here at the Northern Wisconsin State Fair Beef Show. And a lot of these classes may only have one or two animals.
A blue ribbon with your Semitol. We'll come back and pick our champion Semitol breed. So keep your animals nearby, and we'll pick our champion Semitol.
Only one heifer in this class. It's a fall class heifer. A heifer that's very adequate, has a lot of thickness through its hind quarter, blends in with that front 1/3. A lot of extension up in that neck for this young man. She moves out, tracks very well. A heifer that could compete with more in her class, so we'll take a look at her for the grand at the end. Let's give him a round of applause.
Our blue ribbon in this class awarded to Miles Gadel. Next in the ring, I'll have our Semitol summer yearling heifer. We have one entry in this class exhibited by Sydney Spaeth. And then we'll move into our Semitol junior yearling heifers.
I think a heifer, when you take and look at her, how she moves out with the extension up in that one front 1/3. She blends in at her shoulders. She's very, very smooth up there. She's smooth down her back for a nice top and a nice set of hind legs on her to move out. And they're big without having hair adhesive in them and moved out. She's big boned and big footed. So we'll take a look at her at the end for the grand champion also.
Our blue ribbon in that class awarded to Sydney Spaeth. In our last Semitol class, we have our junior yearling heifers. We have 2 entries in this class, Anthony Glens and Morgan Hilger. And if you were a blue ribbon purebred Semitol, we'll bring your animal back to pick our champion. So if you had a blue ribbon, all of you with your purebred Semitols, you're back on deck.
Again, watching the Northern Wisconsin State Beef Show. I'm Brian Winnikins from WRDN. We're in our breeding stock classes right now. Reminder that we'll have coverage of the dairy show tomorrow, starting at 7:55. 7:55, and then tomorrow night we will also have the meat animal auction with our coverage beginning tomorrow night at 5:55. So those will be what's happening tomorrow. And then on Sunday, we will also be having the Dairy Open class show. That'll be on Sunday. And coverage will begin at 8:55. We have some more trivia from Wisconsin Beef Council. In addition to nutritious protein, cattle also offer many byproducts that we use every day. Can you name one important medicine that's made from cattle? I'll let you think about that. Again, in addition to the nutritious protein, cattle also offer many byproducts that we use every day. Can you name an important medicine that is made from cattle? We'll tell you about that here coming up. We'll give you that answer. You can think about that for a minute. Thank you to the Wisconsin Beef Council as well for providing some of our trivia today.
This is a division where it'd be fun to have probably about 8-10 heifers in a class and that, but when you analyze this heifer and you see how she's balanced, the young lady, the minute she makes her go, she takes off and goes. When she sets her up, she puts her feet right in place, very straight down that top line, blends in good with them shoulders. She's long necked, she's clean up there, a very good heifer. Then we go with the young man's heifer that's here, a little bit younger calf for him, carrying a little extra conditioning on her today at the size she's at. Like to see her a little fresher throughout her whole body, but she will make a good brood cow for this young man down the road. Yeah, let's give him a round of applause.
Our first blue in that class awarded to Morgan Hilger, and our second blue awarded to Anthony Glens. Next, we will pick our champion Semitol, so don't go too far. We need all our blue ribbon Semitol animals back in the ring. So Haven Bovey, I need your junior heifer calf. Miles Gadel, I need your senior heifer calf. Sydney Spaeth, I need your summer yearling heifer. And then Anthony and Morgan, you can bring back in your junior yearling heifer. And we'll pick our champion and reserve champion of our Semitol breed. On deck, we'll have our Shorthorns. We have 2 Shorthorns registered this year at the fair. I will need our summer yearling heifer exhibited by Riley Breck and our junior yearling heifer exhibited by Julia Lyons on deck and ready to go.
Okay, the answer to our trivia question from the Wisconsin Beef Council: in addition to nutritious protein, cattle also offer many byproducts that we likely use every day. One important medicine that's made from cattle: insulin. That's right, insulin comes from cattle. Thank you to the Wisconsin Beef Council for our trivia. You can find out more as well at beeftips.com. Visit beeftips.com. Those of you watching on our Facebook page at WRDN 1430 AM stereo and 107.3 FM, let us know where you're watching from today in the comments. We'd love to hear from you.
Let's give all your first place winners a round of applause here. I think you got a very good lineup here. We talked about the calf, and it's just got to grow here, and this young man can bring it back next year, and he'll probably be right up at the top end of the show. These young calves are hard to show against these older animals. Then we get into that fall calf, a calf that's very correct. I think a calf that can withstand some competition. I think then we get into the next heifer in that. I think a very good heifer, and she'd be able to withstand lots of competition in her class. And then we get into the young lady with the red heifer here, a heifer that kind of just shows off for her and could take and withstand a lot of competition also for her out in show ring. So I'm going to go select your grand, and then we'll take a look at your reserve champion.
Your champion purebred Semitol exhibited by Morgan Hilger. And your reserve champion Semitol exhibited by Sydney Spaeth. Next, we'll move into our purebred Shorthorns. We have one summer yearling heifer here exhibited by Riley Breck. We can bring that animal into the ring. And then on deck, we have a junior yearling heifer Shorthorn exhibited by Julia Lyons. That'll be on deck. And then we'll move into our junior any other breeds. And I have a junior heifer calf exhibited by Olivia Wample. That'll be on deck. And then I have some summer yearling heifers, Elise Brandeville, Riley Breck, and Julia Lyons. Those animals will be on deck. What do you want?
Let's give this young lady a round of applause. Only one heifer here. It was born in July, she tells me. Very, very sound, correct female when she moves out on her feet and legs. Very level top line to net. Blends in up over them front shoulders, a long neck extension on her. And that's what makes her look so sharp appeal. She's got a lot of body depth to her, and yet she's got muscle on them hindquarters to balance out.
And our blue ribbon animal exhibited by Riley Breck. Riley, just keep that animal handy. We'll bring you back in to pick our champion and reserve champion shorthorn. Next, we have a junior yearling heifer shorthorn exhibited by Julia Lyons. And then following this, we will pick our champion shorthorn.
A March heifer for this young lady here, another very high quality shorthorn heifer that could go out and take lots of competition. A lot of Springer rib to her, balanced up over her front shoulder. She's clean necked also. She's got adequate muscle in the hind quarter. A female with the Springer rib like that's able to carry a nice calf inside of her, and that's what we like to see. So it'll be nice to evaluate all of the shorthorns and select your grand and reserve champion.
Our blue ribbon awarded to Julia Lyons. We'll have Riley bring back in her shorthorn, and we will pick our champion and reserve champion shorthorn. On deck, we have our any other breed. We have a junior heifer calf, Olivia Wample, on deck. I also have 3 summer yearling heifer, any other breeds, Elise Brandeville, Riley Breck, and Julia Lyons. Those will all be on deck. And then I have some summer yearling heifers, Isla Nelson and Olivia Wample.
Donuts or something.
Well, these are only 2 shorthorns in for our grand and reserve champion, and I'll tell you what, you've got 2 very, very good shorthorn females in here in the ring. Let's give them a round of applause, and I'm going to go select your grand and your reserve.
Thank you to our streaming video sponsors, including the Wisconsin Soybean Marketing Board. Also, Numbers R Us, your daily money managers. Find out how a daily money manager can help your family. Visit Rhonda online at numbersrus.com or visit her on Facebook. Just do a search for Numbers R Us. And Pierce Pepin Cooperative Services, your Touchstone Energy partner.
And our champion shorthorn exhibited by Julia Lyons, and our reserve champion exhibited by Riley Breck. Congratulations. We'll move into our any other breed. We have 1 junior heifer calf exhibited by Olivia Wample. On deck, we have some summer yearling heifers, Elise Branville, Riley Breck, Julia Lyons. On deck.
Just 1 entry in this class for this young lady. Calves are very tough because they're probably just being pulled off of a cow and they're coming to a fair. A calf that could stand more competition in her class. There's not much you can correct on this heifer right now at this age. Should do a very good job for this young lady, bringing her back next year.
Our first blue in that class awarded to Olivia Wample. Next in the ring, we should have 3 summer yearling heifers, Elise Branville, Riley Breck, and Julia Lyons. You can bring your animals in the ring. On deck, I'll need our any other breed summer yearling heifer. I have Isla Nelson and Olivia Wample. Also on deck, I have some junior yearling heifers, Grace Mayer, Allison Moose, and Olivia Wample.
Again, thank you to our sponsors, including Pierce Pepin Cooperative Services, your Touchstone Energy partner, and 24/7 in West Wisconsin Telecom, building a smart fiber optic community, and also smart homes from the ground up. Find out more, visit wwt.coop. Please thank all of our sponsors. Give them a call, drop them an email, visit their business, please, and tell them thank you for supporting these broadcasts and video streams, and that you appreciate these video streams as well. Really helps us out as well for the next year when we try to set this up. Again, without the support of these businesses and organizations, we just wouldn't be able to be here at the Northern Wisconsin State Fair and our upcoming fairs as well, including the Dunn County Fair, the Buffalo Pepin County Fair, and the Pierce County Fair. We're going through breeding stock right now. We'll be going through the champions in a little bit as well, but right now we're working through any other breeds in our breeding stock. And once we're done with that, we'll wrap things up from the fair today, and we'll be back tomorrow morning, 7:55 for the dairy show, 5:55 tomorrow night for the livestock auction.
I think when we get into this class, there's one out here that sets itself apart from everybody else. I think it's got adequate muscling. It's got massive leg capacity. It's got a lot of spring of rib, a lot of width down that top line. I think a female that's going to go in and make a very good brood cow for this young lady. Then the heifer that's in second place and third place, very, very close heifers. I think when I analyzed them and started looking at spring of rib, I think I got a little more spring of rib on the second place heifer than I do on the third place heifer. A very, very close pair. They're very sound on their feet and legs. Make some very good cows for these young ladies. Let's give them a round of applause.
Our first blue in this class awarded to Riley Breck, and our second blue awarded to Julia Lyons. Next in the ring, we have some summer yearling heifers. We have Isla Nelson. I'm having a tough time with the Nelson name here today. And Olivia Wampel. On deck, we'll have our junior yearling heifers, Grace Mayer, Allison Moose, and Olivia Wampel on deck. And we have 2 entries in this class. No, I did. Yeah.
I was talking to her, right?
But they're,
Yeah.
I got them listed.
I think when we get into this class here, there's 2 very good heifers in the class. We're going to start out with this red heifer. About the only thing that I could criticize, I'd like to see her move out just a little bit better on her hind legs. She's kind of just a little bit pinched in there, and that slows her down a little bit. Like to smoothen her shoulders a little bit up in the front end to blend there, but a very good heifer. Then we go with the black heifer in second place, a heifer that probably doesn't give as much body expression as what the first place heifer does for spring of rib in that, but a very good heifer for this young lady.
Our first blue in that last class awarded to Olivia Wampel, and our second blue awarded to Isla Nelson. Next, we have our Any Other Breed junior yearling heifers. We have Grace Mayer, Allison Moose, and Olivia Wampel. On deck, we have 2-year-old cows and over 2-year-old and over cows. We have Olivia Wampel, and then we have a cow and calf offspring, also exhibited by Olivia Wampel on deck.
This is what I
I think when we get into this heifer class here, there's a little bit that separates some things out on muscling and mass, and I think this black heifer here is going to be our heifer in first. The only thing I'd like to improve on her is probably have her track out a little bit better on her hind legs. She's a little bit pinched underneath there when she walks, so she throws herself around. So I'd like to see her just walk out just a little bit better on them hind legs, but a lot of muscle, blends in very good with the front 1/3. Then the young lady with this red heifer here, a little bit larger framed heifer, but has a lot of body depth to it. And then when you look at that, how does it blend up in the front 1/3 in her shoulders? It blends in very good. She's done a very good job on clipping that up so it's trim up through that front end. Then we go with the heifer in third place here, just a little bit narrower in the hinds from hip to pin. Like to level that out just a little bit if I could, but if you could take pieces from one animal and put them on another, we'd have excellent animals. But nice set of heifers. Let's give them a round of applause.
Our first blue in that class awarded to Olivia Wample, and our second blue awarded to Grace Mayer. Next, we have 2-year-old cow, Olivia Wample, exhibited by Olivia Wample, and then followed by a cow-calf offspring exhibited by Olivia Wample. Then we will pull back our blue animals of our any other breed and pick a champion and reserve champion any other. So if you have a blue ribbon animal, we will have you bring back your any other blue ribbon animal.
Just one 2-year-old cow here in this class, and that a very nice shorthorn plus cow. She's got nice udder underneath her, nice small teat placement. They're very, very small, so the more milk she's going to have, the easier for that calf to suck. I guess if I'd like to see her track out just a little bit better on her hind legs today for the young lady. Still deserving of a blue ribbon. Blue ribbon awarded to Olivia Wample. Next, we have a cow-calf offspring, any other breed, also exhibited by Olivia Wample. And then if you have a first place blue, any other breed, you're going to have your animal on deck so we can pick our champion and reserve champion, any other breed. You know, I like to kid with kids, and I asked the young gal at the halter of the calf what the age was, and she says, I really don't know. It's not mine. I'm just checking because I do showmanship all the way through from the steer show through the heifer show. So I don't know if that's going to count against her or not yet, but we'll see at the end. Very nice cow-calf pair here. It's a young April calf and a calf that could stand more competition out here with a cow. And this young lady's done a good job, and she did tell me that the cow is bred back already. So we like to see that. That's what performance is all about. So deserving a blue ribbon, and we'll take a look at the cow-calf and the cow for the overall champion.
And our blue ribbon awarded to Olivia Wampel. Next, we will pick our champion and reserve champion over any other breeds. So I need our junior heifer calf exhibited by Olivia Wampel. I will need our summer yearling exhibited by Riley Breck. I will need our summer yearling heifer exhibited by Olivia Wampel. And our junior yearling heifer exhibited by Olivia Wampel. And our 2-year-old cow and our cow and calf offspring exhibited by Olivia Wampel. If you got a second blue, just make sure you have your animal handy. Second blue of our any other breed. So Julia Lyons will need your summer yearling heifer on deck, just in case we need it. Isla Nelson and Grace Mayer. Following the champion, reserve champion, any other breed, we will move into our commercial.
Watching coverage of the Northern Wisconsin State Fair Beef Show. We're in our breeding stock. This is the champion and grand champion for any other breed. Still have some commercial classes to get through as well. Thank you to Chippewa Valley Energy, serving the Chippewa Valley since 1992. Find out more at ChippewaValleyEnergy.com. They're doing their summer fill program and also their winter contracting program as well for LP. Wisconsin Credit Union, serving members for over 80 years. We belong to you. Visit
We talked about these in
wisconsincu.org.
individual classes, and we start out with our youngest and go to our 2-year-old cow with her calf, and I think we need to give these exhibitors a round of applause. They brought in some very good females in any other breed. I'm going to go select your grand, and then we'll bring in the second place for reserve.
our champion of our any other breed, exhibited by Riley Breck. So we will need Julia Lyons. Oh, excuse me. We will need. Oh, we won't. There's no other second class in there. That was Wampa. Which animal though? So got 3 of them. Oh, good to know. So who? Which animal? So just a correction, both our champion. It was. Okay. And our reserve champion, any other breed, is exhibited by Olivia Wample. You know which animal that was?
Cooking everything today. We're gonna have so much fun. Don't be a hater.
Heifer calf junior right here.
Your own custom shirt. They didn't have a custom. I literally had to make it custom for you. And it looks nice still.
So this one here.
You know,
Okay, next in the ring we have our commercials. We have some junior calves. We should have Bronson Ludwigson, Deegan McInnes, Tanner McInnes, and Whitney Gotham. That'll be our junior commercials. And then on deck we will have our junior heifer calf commercials and then our senior heifer calf commercials. Well, we just started. It's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Where are you at?
We're done. I just know Riley's going back. to
Oh,
Jordan.
yeah, for a grand, yeah.
So I want to make sure I have enough time to go back. I don't
Oh,
want to miss this.
did he want to do?
did they move Whitney's?
Just sweat. What do you think?
Either they're telling me I'm slow or they're tired. They probably were up at 5 o'clock too this morning. we get into this class, they're all male calves right now, but I'm anticipating they're all going to be show prospects for next year. And I think when we're going to start out with this calf that's been up at 5 o'clock this morning or earlier, it's ready to go out of the ring. I think we got a calf that's probably carrying the most muscle in this class, probably the most structural correct, and it's just getting tired. So that's going to be first. Then the young lady with the Hereford steer, I think, follows the same pattern. Probably like to correct it a little bit over that rump and the back 1/3, but it's got to grow into it. These are young calves. Then we're going to go with the young man's black one coming next. One just a little bit frailer in them hind quarters. We'd like to take and level it out maybe at this age. It's getting a little bit bigger and a little wider through the rump. Then the young man's got the smaller one in the back. Not as much bone on them feet and legs and is struggling on walking and keeping them as straight as possible. But a nice set of calves. Let's give them a round of applause.
Our first blue in that class awarded to Bronson Ludwigson, and our second blue awarded to Whitney Gotham. Next, we will have a junior heifer calf exhibited by Tanner McInnes. And on deck, we will have some senior heifer calves. Marcus Gadel, Avery Marr, and James Marr will be on deck. So Tanner McInnes, you can bring in your junior heifer calf.
Well, this young man is trying his hardest to get these young calves to walk, and I'll tell you, these young calves are hard to walk at this age. Deserving of blue ribbon. I think this calf will progress as it grows and that. It's so young, it's hard to tell the development of it, but young man's doing a good job, and keep up the good work.
Our blue ribbon in this class awarded to Tanner McInnes. Next, we will have our senior heifer calves. We have 3 exhibitors in this class: Marcus Gadel, Avery Marr, and James Marr. You can bring your animals in the ring. On deck, we have our commercial summer yearling heifers. I have Callie Brandville, and Hope Ellenbecker will be on deck.
Watching coverage of the Northern Wisconsin State Fair Beef Show. I'm Brian Winnikins from WRDN. Hope you're enjoying our show and coverage today. Please thank all of our sponsors. We remind everyone, please thank them for helping us out. And also, those of you watching on Facebook, let us know where you're watching from. Love to hear from you this afternoon. From Wisconsin Beef Council, a little more beef trivia. How many cuts of beef meet the government guidelines for lean? Again, how many cuts of beef meet the government guidelines for lean? Is it between 5 and 10, 10 and 20, 20 and to 30, or more than 30? I'll give you that answer here coming up. So we're moving through our commercial breeding stock right now. Tomorrow we'll have coverage of the Dairy Show from the Northern Wisconsin State Fair. Our coverage beginning tomorrow morning, 7:55. And then tomorrow night we'll have the livestock auction from the Northern Wisconsin State Fair with coverage beginning at 5:55. And on Sunday, we have coverage of the Open Class Dairy Show Sunday morning with coverage beginning at 8:55. It's day number 1 here at the Northern Wisconsin State Fair. Beautiful day. Come on out and join us if you're in the Chippewa Falls area. Montgomery Gentry
Just
will
want
be
to make
performing
sure
tonight.
everybody's in the right class here, and we now have everybody in the right class.
Okay, from our trivia from Wisconsin Beef Council, how many cuts of beef meet the government guidelines for lean? Our possible answers between 5 and 10, 10 and 20, 20 and 30, or more than 30. The answer, more than 30. Thank you to the Wisconsin Beef Council. Visit them online at beeftips.com for more information on beef recipes, alternate cuts of beef, and more.
Well, after we got things straightened out, we got a pretty good heifer here, and that moves out very well. Probably like to level her back down just a little bit and lower her tail head so it all blends together. Extend her neck a little bit more if possible. She's getting a little coarse up through that front end. She's a fall calf again back in September. That's why we got them back in the right classes for this young man. A very good heifer. She'll make a good brood cow, and she'll be able to come back next year, and this young man can show it. Let's give him a round of applause.
Our blue ribbon exhibited by Marcus Gadel. Next in the ring, we have some summer yearling heifers. I should have Callie Branville and Hope Ellenbecker. On deck, I'll have junior yearling heifers, and I have Bronson Ludwigson and Avery Marr and James Marr will be on deck. That's a good word, Bob. Yeah, it's nice. It is nice. Yeah, we really like the accommodations here now. I don't go home and having my sinuses and eyes. Yeah, that's a big difference. Yep. I could not. That's why I hung out in the milk house to the paperwork. I couldn't sit here. It killed me. Yeah.
How do you really feel, Keith? Keith's a very, very emotional. Yeah, I'd have to look. I don't know that off the top of my head. Well, a class where we've got a couple differences in size and scale and structure. I think we're going to start out with the young lady right there in the red shirt. She's going to be your first place one. I think probably a heifer that's a little more balanced from neck, shoulders, back to her hip and pin. Then we go with the second place one, just a little high tail set. Probably got some dairy in it, and it's a baldy and that, so we've got something that's triggering off a more finer bone type structure, but definitely a blue ribbon for this young lady. Let's give them a round of applause.
Our first blue in that class awarded to Callie Brandville, and our second blue to Hope Ellenbecker.
So Bronson, Brindley, and the two Mars will all be junior yearling.
Okay, then we don't have a junior half. Oh,
Correct.
be senior yearling or junior yearling? Junior yearling. So all these are going back up here. Yep. Brindley too. Junior yearling. So all three of these are moving up. Okay. Our next class is our junior yearling commercial, and we have 4 entries in this class. We have Bronson Ludwigson, Brindley Sonatag, Avery Marr, and James Marr. On deck, I have some commercial 2-year-old cows and over, and I have Adam Glens and Bronson Ludwigson should be on deck.
WRDN is your home for NASCAR as we cover the Xfinity Series and NASCAR Cup Series. And this weekend we'll be in Sonoma. We'll have coverage of both Xfinity Series and the NASCAR Cup Series from Sonoma on Saturday and Sunday. You can listen to NASCAR on the radio or also on our live streaming at our website at realcountry1430.com. If you have if you need to download an app, you can download the Live 365 app. Do a search for WRDN, and you can listen through your smartphone. You can also, on your Roku TV, download the Live 365 app and also be able to listen to the station. Also, if you're a polka music fan, we have It's Polka Time with Craig Ebel. That's every Saturday morning from 8 till 10 here on WRDN. Thank you to Provisions Health of Durand, changing the way you experience health care. Visit them online at provisions.health for more information. Also, Alcivia, leading member-owned agriculture and fuel cooperative serving Wisconsin, Minnesota, and Illinois. Right now, Alcivia has a new farmer commodity program where they will, farmers, when you're done with the harvest, they'll, as part of their bid, will include picking up the harvest at your farm. Just visit alcivia.com for more information. And Security Financial Bank, Durand, River Falls, Eau Claire, Ladysmith, Bloomer, and Black River Falls, where electronic banking is easy. Visit sfbank.com. Please thank all of our sponsors. Give them a call, drop them an email, visit their business. Tell them thank you for supporting our video streams, and you appreciate their support of our video streams. They're the ones that make these video streams possible. So please thank all of our sponsors. As we continue moving through our commercial classes here on our breeding stock, those of you watching on our Facebook page, we'd love to hear from you this afternoon. Let us know where you're listening and watching from. You can let us know in the comments section. We've had folks over the last few days from as far away as Kermit, Texas. Over 1,300 miles away. We've had Virginia, Montana, Pennsylvania as well. Let us know where you're watching from.
We get into this class here, and there's different breeds and everything else. We're going to start out with this young man's here heifer in first place. I think a heifer that is very adequate for her size. She's put together very correctly. She moves out for this young man. She's balanced up over that front end. Might like to see her track out just a tad better on her hind legs, but a very good heifer. Then we're going to go with this young lady's heifer here, and that's the one that's very confusing when you get into the third place because you got completely different style breeds of animals here. But then you have to look at them for body capacity, what it would do against other animals if she was to show it in a purebred show or whatever for adequate muscling and levelness. I think she deserved the second place. Then we go with the young man in third here, a larger framed heifer, and that probably like to see a little more belly on that heifer at this age with that size of heifer. She just needs to drop that, and he has to be working with that as a near future. Then we go with this young lady's heifer that's right here, probably giving up a little bit of structure on them hind legs and over that hip and pin, like to widen her out just a little bit on the top end. Let's give them a round of applause.
Our first blue in that class awarded to James Marr, and our second blue awarded to Brindley Sonatag. Next, we have 2-year-old cows and over. We have 2 entries, Adam Glens and Bronson Ludwigson. And then on deck should be our cow-calf offsprings, also exhibited by Adam Glens and Bronson Ludwigson. Then we will go back and we will pull our champion of our commercials. So if you have a first place blue in the commercial category, you're going to bring your animal back in the ring. And our second place blues in our commercials will need to be on deck in case we need to bring your animal back in the ring.
We had mentioned it before earlier in the show here, but we want to share a special appreciation to our volunteers and show leaders making what has happened simply happen today. Quick shout out to our department lead, Tyler Meyer. In addition to our volunteers, they're obviously taking time off of work this week as well too. So we give a shout out to their employers as well for appreciation for letting them share their employees, but also giving back to the community, which they stand for as well. So we give thank you to CCF Bank, where Tyler is employed at. Also inside the ring, we have Taylor Lindsay and Stella Nelson, both alumni of the Northern Wisconsin State Fair beef expositions, as well as past 4-H and FFA members. So we appreciate them coming back, giving back their time and talents to what they were raised with as well, and exhibiting as well. Also, special thanks to the Blazer family with Ashley, Josh, and Jace. They exceptional family, helping behind the scenes, making sure it goes smooth, but also in and outside of the ringer, very experienced and want the best for this industry as well, the exhibitors itself too. And last but not least, our wonderful and fearless FFA advisors and ag teachers, Mrs. Bergen from Chippewa Falls, Mr. Dunnerbauer from Stanley Boyd, Mr. Becker from Cadott, and Mr. Swartz from Bloomer. So we appreciate all the help of everyone here. Other parents are out in the back, as well as everyone coming together for this show. So we can get a round of applause for that. In perfect timing, we have a special guest who traveled here to the Northern Wisconsin State Fair as a part of today's Royalty and Fairs Day, which we had the first day of the fair. We also have, in addition to Megan, and I'll let Megan say a few words, is Miss Wisconsin is here too. This is her second event in her reign. So Miss Wisconsin, her name is Willow. Forget her last name. It's all good. Willow is here. She's out and about. She has been here today as Miss Wisconsin, but I'm going to pass the microphone to our state Fairs to the Fair, which is pretty much the Miss Wisconsin in the fair industry. So welcome, Megan, and if you want to give a welcome.
Thank you so much, Cindy. Hi, everybody. My name is Megan Solentine, and I'm currently serving the great state of Wisconsin as the 2025 Wisconsin Fairs to the Fairs. I hail from Kewaunee County, where I was a longtime 4-H member, exhibited all of the projects in the exhibition hall, and then showed dairy and swine as well. The fair and its week was a holiday in my household and something that I grew to love and enjoy. The people, the passion, the purpose behind the Wisconsin fair industry is so special, which is what I get to promote in this role. So as the Wisconsin Fairs to the Fair, I'm traveling over 18,000 miles from corner to corner of our state, promoting the community aspect of our fair and how important it is. I will also serve as the official ambassador for the Wisconsin State Fair presented by U.S. Cellular, happening July 31st through August 10th. I hope each of you are able to make the trek down. I'm thoroughly enjoying my summer. This is stop number 5 of over 50 county fairs throughout the state. And so thankful for all of you that are here to support the youth and the exhibitors and everything that the fair industry is doing for our youth. It is one great and wonderful industry that I'm so happy to be a part of.
Thank you, Megan.
Well, we get into these 2-year-olds here that have calves sucking on them and that. Very interesting between two cows. I just want to explain a little bit here. I'm going to have this young man pull out towards me with this smaller framed cow. When you look at it and analyze it at first, it's a smaller one, and we just don't think that it's adequate. But then when you analyze her out, she's clean up over them front shoulders and neck. She's a smaller frame, but we don't need them great big cows, but she is balanced very correct. Then we go with the young man in second here. If you notice up over his shoulders how she bulges, that takes and makes it hard for her to take and move around like she should be. She's a big, thick-made cow, but we got to clean them up because if we want offsprings out of them to perform for us like we want them to do, we need that cleanliness up in through that front end. 2 very good cows could withstand more competition in their class out here. Let's give them a round of applause.
Our first blue in that class awarded to Bronson Ludwigson, and our second blue awarded to Adam Glens. Next, we'll move into our cow-calf offspring, which are also exhibited by Adam Glens and Bronson Ludwigson. Following this class, we will pick our champion of our commercials. So if you have a first place blue in a commercial beef animal, you're going to want to have your animal back in the ring. And if you have a second place blue, you're going to want to have your animal on deck in case we need to bring it back in.
Right there. Well, it's great to be able to see the calves out here. And like I was telling you about the cleanliness and the muscle package on that cow, how it's blended together, that's going to be our first place cow-calf, and our second place is going to be right in order. You can see how that calf follows the same pattern of the cow. Muscle build, straight, correctness, that's what we like. This calf has given up a little bit of size, but if you look at it, it's already popping at them front shoulders just like the cow is. So these are things in your breeding program you want to try to correct with a bull AI embryo or whatever you want to do, you want to try to correct that on that cow to clean that up over the top of the shoulders and in through the neck. Let's give them a round of applause.
And our first blue in that class awarded to Bronson Ludwigson, and our second blue awarded to Adam Glens. Next, we will pick our champion of our commercials. So I will need the following back in the ring. I will need Bronson Ludwigson. I will need your junior beef calf. Tanner McInnes, I will need your junior heifer calf. Marcus Gadel, I will need your senior heifer calf. Callie Brandville, I'll need your summer yearling heifer. James Marr, I'll need your junior yearling heifer. And then Bronson, I will need your cow and calf offspring. If you had a second place blue, just be on deck in case we need to pull your animal back in the ring.
And we're doing our champions of the commercials. Tomorrow morning at about 7:55, we'll start our dairy show.
Following the awards of our champion, reserve champion commercial, we will pick our champion overall. So if you were a champion animal of any of our species, our champion, you're going to need to have your animal on deck. And our reserves will have to also be on deck in case we need to call that animal back in. So if you were a champion in the Hereford, Simmental, all the way down through all our other breeds and categories, Angus, if you got a purple ribbon, you'll be on deck.
Well, let's give these kids a round of applause. We got the little Hereford calf over here. I told the young man, just keep it there. It needs to be resting, and he's doing a good job at it, but it's no use fighting. We don't need no accidents. I think when we analyze these females, we got some good ones right from the front to the back. I'm going to go out and select your grand champion. I think she's deserving of it. I think she's very correct. The individual is doing a good job showing her to me, and we'll give him a round of applause.
And our champion of our commercials is James Marr. And our reserve champion of our commercial is awarded to Bronson Ludwigson.
Is it yours?
Okay, on deck, I should have all our champion animals. So I will start reading who I need back in the ring. If you got a champion ribbon, you're going to need to bring your animal back in the ring. If you are a reserve champion animal, you'll be on deck. Okay, so I will need the following. I will need the junior yearling, purebred Angus, exhibited by Sydney Spaeth. I will need the purebred Hereford, exhibited by Sydney Spaeth. In the ring, I will need Morgan Hilger. I will need your purebred Semitol. Julia Lyons, I will need your purebred Shorthorn. Riley Breck, I'll need your any other.
No, I'm just going to have him announce the sponsor of it.
And James Marr will need your commercial. Those are our champions. If you had a reserve champion ribbon, we'll need you to be on deck in case we need to pull your animal back in the ring. So if you received a light-colored, light purple reserve champion ribbon, you'll need to have your animal on deck. All champions of all breeds will need to be in the ring for overall champion. And we have a traveling trophy for our overall best female in show for our breeding stock. And that trophy is sponsored by Paulette Christine. If Paulette Christine is in the arena and would like to present this trophy, please come up to the announcing table to do so.
Okay, it's time for the Supreme Champion of the Ladies, the breeding stock here in our beef show. And then we will be wrapping things up for today from the Northern Wisconsin State Fair. We have hoped you've enjoyed our video streaming coverage of our beef show today. The sponsors we've been talking about throughout the day, please, again, we can't say this enough, please reach out to them and tell them thank you for supporting our video streams and our broadcasts. Also, a special thank you as well to the folks at the Northern Wisconsin State Fair. Let them know, too, that you appreciate the live streams. They help us out to be able to do the live stream by giving us a spot to do the video stream. They help us out with getting audio cable over so we can take it off right off the sound system and internet access and all of that. So let the folks over at the Northern Wisconsin State Fair know as well. You appreciate them helping us out.
These will be our champions of all our breeds. We have Sydney Spaeth with a purebred Angus. We also have Sydney Spaeth's purebred Hereford. We have Morgan Hilger's purebred Semitol. We have Julia Lyons with your purebred Shorthorn. We have Riley Breck's Any Other. And we have Avery Marr with his commercial. James Marr. Phew. James.
Again, Supreme Champion round. Have a chance to come on out and join us today at the Northern Wisconsin State Fair. Again, our main stage act tonight, Montgomery Gentry, and that concert begins 8 o'clock on the main stage here at the Northern Wisconsin State Fair. Miss Wisconsin is here on the fairgrounds throughout the afternoon. All of the rides are open. All of the exhibit buildings are also open as well. A beautiful day here at the Northern Wisconsin State Fair. The poultry show will be again in the poultry and rabbit area at 4 o'clock. Here in the Custer Coliseum later on today will be the goat show, the junior show, and the open class goat show. We'll be back tomorrow with coverage of the dairy show. That'll begin at about 7:55 tomorrow morning. This is when our coverage will begin on our video streaming. As we're working to determine our supreme champion here in the breeding stock.
Well, before I select the grand champion female of your show, I need everybody to stand up. Okay, clap your hands. Good job. The kids needed a standing ovation today. And our overall champion is exhibited by Morgan Hilger.
And our overall reserve champion is exhibited by Sydney Spaeth.
So, congratulations to Morgan Hilger with the overall champion on the breeding stock side, and reserve Sydney Spaeth with reserve. And so that is going to wrap things up here from the Northern Wisconsin State Fair. Again, we hope you enjoyed our broadcasts and our video stream of the Beef Show from the Northern Wisconsin State Fair. We will return tomorrow at 7:55 tomorrow morning with the Dairy Show from the Northern Wisconsin State Fair. From Chippewa Falls, I'm Brian Winnikins for WRDN, and have a great afternoon.